All right. My mic was muted. Ah. Oh, I didn't even put. Oh, goddamn. Not even ready. I thought I got music. I don't want that music. I want good music. Come get music going. I don't even have SFM open. I guess you guys are gonna watch my desktop. There we go. Down. I didn't do audio balancing beforehand, so hopefully that's not too bad. That should be good. Yes, that's dragon. I like finished. I haven't even. I haven't. Hold on. I need to sip a god. Oh crap! I haven't even put anything on Twitter yet. Got there. And there. Jeez, you guys. I haven't even put a link anywhere. It's already here. Well, hello. I haven't even been paying attention to the World Cup. Not my thing. Sports aren't my thing. Even if you look at American football, yeah. I watch when they become big games, but when it comes to actual football, I just don't understand it as much. Oh, yeah, okay, again, in regards to the interview, thank you. Actually, I feel the first interview went better, and then at the end of it, when the interview was over, I'm like, just so you know, I have this bad thing happen where when I do an interview with people that it tends to not record or something goes wrong. And he's like, oh, yeah, that's cool. And then like a minute later he goes, oh, crap. And I'm like, you better not be shitting me. He goes, no, actually, I don't think it recorded. We found it was an issue with, like, he couldn't record with me in the call, but if he had somebody else join and then kicked him, which he did, like, twice, then he could record fine with just me. So, I don't know. It was weird, but it was fun. I ended up talking to him just for quite a while. Learned a lot about Japan. Come on, SFM. This file is. I've been trying to go through and clean up non-visible animation, the stuff that goes far past the invisible window, just to save space because it's taking so damn long to open this thing. All I've really done this week is refine stuff. I got more green. That's about it. But I didn't realize how much or how long that was actually taking. Because here.
To leave the stable.
Oh yeah. Turn the audio down. Hello, hello. Ah, Mac. You made you not working? I thought you like worked or something.
To leave the stable then.
When it comes to refining, like these shots, the shots that have multiple ponies in it are the ones that have been taking the longest to refine, which is some of these ones. Once I only have one to refine, it's fine. Plus, like these ones I've spent extra time on because, like, which ones did I have it in? Mainly because here, I was making sure that her actually, another thing about it, her legs, she's got like 2 legs off the ground. Yeah, she does. Oh well, I don't care. I was making sure that like the actual feet were touching the ground. I was so I had to actually, that took a little time. I added a lot of extra motions to her head. I refined the hair, added some extra motions to her head here.
All set and ready to go.
I added the tail motion.
The time arrives.
This is the one I'm working on finishing right now. I had to completely redo it because the speed she was walking was also really slow. So these shots are taking a while because I have a lot to do, a lot to refine, but these ones, Like this one here, there's not too much I have to actually refine. Oh, towards the end here a little bit. But like here, this won't take that long.
Nice to see that levitating some.
That one, I don't see her feet hitting the ground, so I'd have to save time there. So a lot of these shots from here on out are actually pretty quick. This one, this one might take a little while, but I might not care. But I can cut it here. I made it so that I can cut the video at this point if I need to, if I can't finish it in time, and just say I'm good at that point, and I'll finish the rest later. It's a stopping point anyway. That's when the door closes. Anything past that, put her out here. This part right here is going to take a long time to animate. Think about it, she's got to move really fast up those stairs. I might have to slow that down. But that's probably going to be the longest time. But other than that, like I said, I can stop it at some point early if I need. But I've been working on it every night, refining stuff. Just a process.
All set and ready to go.
This shot's basically done. I've just been doing final little bits on this shot. But since these two are connected, I didn't want to mark this one's complete because the in between I might have to refine a little bit. I think I just had to do her tail.
The time arrives. Little Pip with supplies on hoof.
I think I fixed her mane here. Let me check. Oh, I don't want her hair. That's what I want. Like, oh, this shot. Oh my god, it took me forever just to get the lighting fixed. Like, because to make it consistent from this shot to this shot, to make it so the lighting actually was consistent between the two. And I like how the lighting started here, and then the next shot was completely different how it was angled, so I had to completely light it differently because there was a shadow here hitting the wall at this point. So I had to move the light that's on this side to have a shadow at the same point. It took me like 2 hours yesterday just to do the lighting for these two shots. So yeah, I overdo it. But I really like the way that the lighting turned out here. I think that this really is reflective of the lights around her, and this is as well. So, I am pleased with the results. And now I just need to animate her a bit. Which is, I'm just gonna, now gotta do tail. I don't know if I started the tail animation or not here. I know I have continuation from the last shot a little bit. Oh, she's over here. And what I've been doing for tail is when the legs, the tail would be the opposite direction from where the leg that's out is. So this leg out, so the tail would be this way. I'm gonna go back for this. Okay, and then at this point, so this point, let's go the other way, so we'll take it that way. Apper. God, that has become fun. It's become annoying. That's why I like Apper. God, bitch, next meetup, that's gonna be so fun. I'm gonna annoy the hell out of people with that. If we better anyway. Okay, so her body stops here, so that means that that's where the camera stops too. So, okay, so how does that tail look? Okay, it's a little bit much, but I can drop that down. Alright, so where's my tail one? Oh, I can't even see the tail. Oh, okay. Doesn't move. Oh, I'll just do it. Don't need to see it. above anymore. So now it's just reactionary movements. So tail go left, so it has to have the lag. So at this point, tail will go that way. Here, a little later. Yep, a little later. Okay, I'm gonna have it turn the other way. Hi, Sonny. I'm open for questions, but if there's no questions, I just kind of work on stuff. Right now, I'm doing refining, which is just me cleaning up shots. Like right now, I'm animating tails. But I can always just go and pick a scene to animate. It's just I've animated everything that for the main parts I want to get done. So I'm just going back and refining to make sure I get all that done too. And do I have a backup file? I could show you guys what the difference would be between the two. Yeah, I did the math. I spend more time refining than I do animating, which is, if it were to be with the human models, it wouldn't be an issue. But the thing is these tails are, I have 3 bones to work with this, and up to anywhere between 1 and 5 jiggles to refine afterwards. The hair has anywhere from 1 to, I think, 6 jiggles you can have. Then I have the back hair and the ears. That's all stuff that can move independently. If you were to grab a TF2 model, you don't have all of that. So refining just overall takes longer. Just because of the working with these models. But my thought is, let me see here. Like here, because I went through and refined these, like the life that it gives just having his tail move.
Speech is good enough to get me through. I'm a certified stable tech
Her tail moving here is just to move with her body and to having a quick tail move when she's exaggerating, so that's or exclaiming something. I don't know what the best word for that is. It helps give. I'm gonna shoot her again. It gives that extra emotion. So here, when he goes to turn, to actually have the tail give a sense that he's turning. There, because she's alert, buzz up. I mean, I think that adds as much emotion as the face. So I love being able to animate the tail, and I think the wings are even almost as much fun. But it had so much extra work. But like here, I mean, I think that tail splish adds a lot to what he's saying. So. But here, like, I thought he was kind of a stiff movement, but when I add the tail movement, it's actually, I love that little swish at the end. It's so cute. Okay, and then after that I don't have it refined. But, yeah, I think it adds a lot to the shot having that done. That's why I'm going through and spending all this time. All of last night was this shot, right? From here through here at this part, and I'm not even done with it. That's how long it is. But it's I love the way the lighting turned out here. In just making this video alone, I've learned a lot of tricks. Also watching the last TF2 video, the expiration date, that one also was. Yeah, there's a lot more green. I should be able to tonight just finish up these 2, and well, this, like I said, shot 30 is done, and then these are gonna take a little while, but it'll be nice to have them like done. So this is my goal. I want to have, by the end of this weekend, I want to have the majority of this green, which is basically impossible, but I'm gonna do it. So I don't have actually nothing to do this weekend, so I'm just like I said in the interview, I'm way more productive. Oh, what was that? I'm way more productive when I'm streaming because I actually don't get distracted. So, well, you guys distract me, but in a good way. Okay, so what was I doing? I was doing tail 2. Is that to the end of this? Okay. This stops right here. She stops moving because this is supposed to be a transition. So it's supposed to be she looks to the right, it goes to the wall here. When it goes into the wall, the camera changes to a different camera, which I'm going to do in After Effects, and then shows the door. because technically without that it actually just slides up and just shows like a wall here, but I don't want the wall, I want it to show over here. So it's a second camera, and I'm just going to double render it, which there is, I think, 7 or 8 shots that I have to render anywhere between 2 and 7 times each. Yay! Okay, back to her tail. And this shows with lighting too. The lighting I think looks great on this side, but if you move to any other angle, it just looks like she's blown out. But who cares? That's all that matters. It looks good from that one shot. So, yeah, what is OCPD? I have 1 coffee, and I limit myself to 2 coffees a day because I feel if I have any more than that, I'm gonna like get super headaches for no reason. The coffee is delicious. Okay, back to tail. Now I done tail 2. I actually can see a tail 2. Okay, that's good. Because all tail 3 is just going to be the exact same movements, just a little bit further ahead. So this is where that arc starts. So I'm going to start right about here. Put it like that. Because all that's going to be is lagging behind. A little further. That's moving really weird. A little better. Okay, so right here. Gonna go that way. And here. That way. I'm good. Okay. There are little gaps there, so I'm gonna time that right. But wonders of this button. Yeah, so I think that's kind of a good sway. And if you look at this, this is let me find a good spot to stop it there, right here. Yeah, okay. This is just with the tail 1, 2, and 3, because when I'm holding shift here, the jiggles don't activate. So that's just what it looks like with the tail 1, 2, 3. Doesn't look like much, but by timing them that way, it gives the jiggles a good wavy effect. And that's kind of what I wanted to do. So, and I think the tail done, I can for ears. I haven't animated her ears here, so let's make the jiggles for now. The After Effects, with the suite that I have, it came with the media encoder. That works a lot better because it has way more options for use than it does than After Effects itself. And I have a lot of presets that I have saved, though I had to make sure to modify those because this is a 24-frame video. And oh, dude, watch it. Okay, SSD with the new Photoshop is amazing how fast it starts. Just clicked it. As soon as the splash screen pops up, it's like bam, bam. Oh yeah, I'm streaming, so it's gonna be a little slower. But the new Photoshop is awesome because it has some really neat effects like targeted motion blurs, so you can actually pick paths within a picture to do motion blurs for. Really cool. Okay, so the jiggle's still behaving here. Okay, they are. And these, you can see these jiggles don't. They spike here. They're not really smooth. They jump from this point to this point a little fast, so I'm actually going to clean that up. Okay, so did that, and then hit it with a little smooth. Okay. Okay. And what I'm doing is I'm going through and just finding these drops, because that means that, like right here, it's changing really fast. I don't want it to change that fast. I'm going to that down a little bit. I have Creative Cloud, so I pay monthly for it. But I felt that with how much I used a lot of that stuff, that it was a worthwhile investment. Plus, I have ads and stuff on YouTube, but not many, and it tends to be that it just offsets the cost of the stuff I buy to make videos. So, not by much, actually. I still pay a lot out of pocket, but that's basically what I see it as. If I start actually making money off stuff, then I would probably back off on it, because I don't want it to be a job. Okay, oh. So, I was just looking. Okay, I'm gonna consider the tail to be, but what I want to do here is I'll take the tail. I should have actually done this before baking. And here, when she goes to look that way, have the tail go a little further. Achieve this. Yep, there we go. Use local rotation, save myself by doing 5 animations at once. I don't know if Media Coder will do direct image sequence conversion. If the save file within After Effects has the image sequence in it, then yes, it will. I am not sure about direct from image sequence, so I can take a look here. PNG file sequence. Yep, actually you can. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, yep, it actually shows the frames that it's doing. So yes, you can. And how I do my videos is I have them at H.264 as the codec. Let me open my preset. If it's and it depends. If it's a fast-moving video, I do a higher bit rate. But if it's a slower-moving video, I'll just do the normal YouTube standard. But I just keep everything base. 25 is the bit rate, the max you can do. But that YouTube will crush it anyway. 2-pass. Audio, I think, is at how many was that at? 320. Because I put that a lot higher because I use a lot of songs and I want to make sure the audio goes through correctly. And again, YouTube's going to do its thing to it, but it's going to crush the video file no matter what. So you're best to try to throw it within a correct format, but at the highest quality you can in that format to YouTube. YouTube will then take that format and drop it down to whatever it needs, but at least then it's working from a high quality video, dropping it to a low quality video. Where if you give it a low quality video, it will just either keep it the way it was, or it may modify to make it even worse. So always give YouTube the best you can at, and the H264 is the standard it likes. So. I forgot to expand the chat here. Ah, now I can see all the things. Okay. What was it doing? Okay, her tail, What the tail do that for? Okay, it kind of does a stop thing here, and I don't feel like I'm doing it, so I'm just going to have it look like it was supposed to. That'll work. One little thing. Okay, and now we need to do her ears. Just for one shot. And don't even telling how much time I spent on it yesterday. Okay, so ears are going to be based on her movements. So her head goes up here. So right about here, we're going to grab them. Got both of them selected. You can do local rotation, but I don't like it because they actually turn in a little bit, and local rotation won't do that. So this is a reaction. Since she's lifting her head up, her ears keep going forward a little bit. How her head is acting here. Okay, so your head goes up. I'm actually bring it down a little bit more. Okay. And then she turns, but it's very slightly, so I don't want to do a big turn. But she's actually looking that direction and paying attention to that direction. So I'm actually going to grab the time in which she's looking that direction, and I'm going to make it so that her ears actually turn to look that way. I think actually, oh wait, I used to do it like this, because her whole head turned is beforehand. Her ears turn, and then this is at the point where her head turns, right? Yeah, okay. Let me do it with the other first so I can, right. So I have it so that the ear turns. Pay attention to that direction a little bit, and then it slowly shifts back to straight ahead because she's looking that way. That looks good. Not that way. It's minor, but hey, it works. Okay, so this head goes down, so the ears are going to want to lag behind a little bit. I don't know if that worked. Oh, actually, lag behind would be. Okay. I don't think I'm gonna do that first movement. I'm just gonna have the ear go back. It doesn't look. It's too small of a movement, and it would have just been a little bit much. That works. The other ear. This I want to have. I don't want to have them like group a little bit. How that looks. Down like this. This year doing that. Ooh, 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 ooh. It doesn't look right now, but trust me, that's a little thing I like doing. I'll work over this. Oh. I'm actually gonna mistime that one. And what it is after I have this done, I'm gonna do a more broad selection and move it out. I don't know what it. I know what I'm looking for. I just have to figure out the timing for it. There we go. That should work. Okay. Now I'm gonna go to her jiggled hairs. What do we got here? I grab them all first because I want to see where the spikes are, which is right here. Which is the jiggle hair 1 or that is jiggle hair 1? Nope. So this one, jiggle 3 and 4. So this one I'm going to clean up a little bit. The way I clean up these little sharp edges is just slightly in part here, move it in just a little bit, then around the edges, and that usually gets rid of it. And right here, the fact that it just like, bam, just suddenly it pops up there. Just the other way. Work, and then we'll round it. Back around. It doesn't really react to hitting this side though, so we're gonna. That's... Oh. Okay, so now I used the local rotation to make it so that all the hair moved at once that direction, but I don't want it to stay that way, so now I'm gonna grab a little bit larger area and I'm gonna hit it with stagger. That will mistime the hair a little bit. So now they actually bounce a little bit separately timed from each other. Look like saving a lot of time. Okay, I might call this shot good for now. I don't know if I quite like the eyes, but I've been going, even though I've been marking these as green, I've been still going back and refining. I want to make sure that everything's consistent. From what I can tell, everything is. Okay, so mark of these is complete. Great. Okay, that makes it up to 3 minutes. Just about 3 minutes completely done. That is so awesome. Getting there. I only have 2.5 minutes to go. The only problem I have with jiggle bones is when a fast movement gets them stuck and it does that quick movement, quick jerk, freeze, and then quick jerk. I don't like how it does that. That's why I go back and refine, because that to me is a fourth wall breaking thing. So by smoothing that out, even if I have to manually do it, it will. That shot's gonna be complicated. I'm not gonna. Oh, that's the other thing too that's taking a while to refine that you normally wouldn't have to worry about. Freaking clothing. Like, because I love Raptor's suit here, but he says that it's not perfect, and like even if you watch under Pip's belly here, you can see it's clipping a lot under her body. The reason it's clipping is because I had to keep moving the body, the actual clothing around, so that it would not clip in the visible camera, and it would just clip on the back of her instead. So they, like, even I think, where's the one? Where's her legs? These are all locked, and even with locked bones or whatever, I've still had to go through and do all these modifications to within the lock just to have them keep forward. Or even here, like no, not this shot. I think it was, yeah, this one. Very slightly, you'll see her chest goes back and forth when she's walking. Just very slightly. I had to go and lock her legs and her neck to make sure that goes back and forth because it looked too stationary. There's a lot of refinement you can do. Just depends on how much detail you want to put into it. But again, you don't have to do that. There's a lot of things you can just skip over. My goal for this video was to try to make something by way of camera and lighting that looked professional. Animating to me was actually secondary. It's lighting and camera first, lighting second. Was my goal in this. So I'm putting a lot of extra time in making sure that the shots are have the right lighting, the right camera, to get the most out of both. But when it comes to animating, as long as it does what I need to in the shot, that's all I care about. So, because I wanted to make this a cinematography experiment. So, there's a lot of changes to camera. I think I saved some of my old cameras. Yeah, like this shot originally was just a stationary camera like that. This shot, which now actually shows everything, the correct motion, used to be this. So I mean, I went back and changed a lot of the cameras to make it better fit the situation. I know you can increase the shadow map, but it also really can kill rendering. That's the other reason I like the scene build, considering that like this shot, the only thing that's visible is the stuff in the camera. I can run all the lighting. Like right now I have all the lights on, all the post effects on, and I am running still at 300 FPS, or, well, go away, Jelly Ace. Stop it! I'm trying to see my frame rate! It really sucks when trying to grab things over here. Okay, so yeah, I'm still running at like 20 to 30 frames a second, just running around. It makes it so I can actually work with all the lights on and see everything. And rendering time is incredibly low compared to a lot of other shots I've done that have everything in the shot. And that includes, even if you can't see it, it's still going to count. It still matters. What shot do I want to... Okay, all these shots are kind of connected. This was a disconnect, so let's refine her. Ooh, her ears are gonna suck. She's angry though, so I have to make them a little stiffer. Alright, so let's refine... Okay, opinion. Should I keep the Overmare with this model? Because I think this is like... What model is this? This is model Linked Hearts. or something is one of in the pack for that Nutrifin made. I used this model because I felt that the blue colored hair that had the swirl in it. The swirl I felt was kind of made her look like an authoritative figure. With the blue and the white felt like it was still colors that fit within this realm. So that's why I went with the model, but I haven't changed it. And I'm thinking it's kind of grown on me having hers actually as the Overmare model, but there's no actual thing set in stone way of how the Overmare looks. But even here, I think I put extra time in the lighting, so I really don't have to do anything with the lighting here. I think the lighting's actually fine as it is. It makes it so that the lighting was, compared to the first one, makes her more ominous by having more a darker undertone, and I think I dimmed the lights in the background. She's the focus. I think here, yeah. I think wait. Oh, that should work. Okay, so alignment. We have. Okay, for eyes, like I said in the last stream, that I've been playing around with them, doing the having them move a little differently. So her eyes shut here. So we're gonna have them go here, here, down more. When does it start shutting? It starts shutting right here. Finishes opening here. I don't want to have her eyes open a little. I think I tried this though and it didn't really work. Yeah, because it makes her look crazy. Should I look at her eyes once? And ways to tweak stuff. How do I move that? They go fully open anyway. Maybe. Oh, that didn't work. Well, let's just see if it works, and if it doesn't, oh well. The music I'm playing right now in the background is just the Miracles, the new CD by Two Steps from Hell that came out a couple weeks ago. I purchased it and I'm just playing all the songs from it. So it's just called Miracles. You can actually, if you go to YouTube and Two Steps from the Music, you can actually listen to, I think, all of the music from that soundtrack or that new CD. So go check that out. Song was before this. Forever in My Dreams. Oh, okay, yeah. Actually, oh, where's that one? Oh, this one. This song I actually have a video I want to do later with, because I think it's so pretty. Turn it up. Happy music. Music went away, why? I will fix this problem, maybe. When in doubt, reload. Come back to my music. There we go. Yeah, this is my favorite song off the CD, and I have a whole video already planned in my head for it. Just have to wait for a new Celestia model because she'd be the one singing. Okay, right now I know her head turns, but that's not my priority. I'm only worrying about the head going back and forward. I'll worry about left and right later. So here, head here goes back, so it's gonna jump. Maybe a little floppy right now, but I'll fix that. I'll fix it! I really don't know if I need to animate the other ear. You can't even really see it. Not really. Yeah, there's a cheap way to do it anyway, so I'm just gonna worry about this ear. Details, details, details. Okay, but that's just forward and backward motion. Now I'm going to worry about left to right. So here, here it's pulling back a little bit. So I'm going to do from this spot right about here. I'm going to pull the ear that way. I'm going to do it maybe before this. Okay, and then here I wanted to have it pull back here a little bit. Oh, even better idea. Pulls back, then have it here loop back out. So just by watching the movements, you can make something that looks pretty wobbly. See, I think that might be a little too wobbly though. So, but I'd rather exaggerate and then drop it. So where's a base pose? It'll be about here. Yeah. Let's see if it looks like we drop it down a bit. So I drop about down a third. There. I think that might be a bit better. I'll leave it up to you guys. Okay, this is super wobbly version. I feel like it's more of like, considering she's supposed to be angry that she may be flopping a bit too much, and that, so again, Super floppy. Floppy, floppy. Okay, and then the not so floppy version. I kind of almost prefer the not floppy version over the floppy version. The stiff floppy, yeah. So this is not floppy. Floppy. Not floppy. I wish I could play in sync. I kind of like the flop. Well, maybe drop it a little bit more. A little bit extra flop. Okay, I think that might be a good balance. A little bit extra flop would. I'm gonna go with that. I do it a flop. Did I animate her chest? Yeah, I did. Like it giving a little bit of lag behind here, as you can see with the you see the chest actually bounce up and down. I think I really don't need to do her jiggles, but to prevent freak out, bake them anyway. Let's see, is there any stiff parts? One right here. You can't even really see them, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Did you ever see the video that Yuki did, or Tohino did, for a flop? See if I can find that quick. Animation test? Probably got one called like flop, and I'm just not remembering it. Where is it? Not the head shake.
Go fuck yourself.
Nope, not that one. Where's the? Oh, this one's I think weird. Yeah, that's not it. Where's the flopper one? It was funny. Oh, it's not it. Oh well. Someday. Wait, there's more. No, that's getting into videos. But it's sad days. Anyways, there was a flop video he had. Is she fully animated for the Get Up part 2? I don't think she is. Yeah. Happy face. Oh. Oh. Bad. Actually, I gotta copy paste the stuff from this one first. Her eyes on here. The thing. Not gonna blend right, is it? Oh. Work. So what I'm doing here is I'm copying all the animation from one part to the next part, and then everything from this part overmare to this part of the other overmare. It's not going to be an exact, but I want to see if I can retime these shots and it actually works well. So, oh wow, she's really far back. Is that timing change works well. Oops. Okay, I almost like it a little more that the transition's happening when she's transitioning. So, go back to overmares. See if I can fix this to make them meld together. So here, I want to have it so that in, so she's sitting in the normal spot. Okay. I'll probably should be further back. Everything but eyes, face, head, root, neck. Let's undo the jiggles. There. So that should work. Oh no, that's gonna be in. Oh. I might not be able to retime this the way that I want. Okay, now I'm gonna see if I drop his chest down. Okay. Ooh. I have an idea. Okay, so we want to make sure her left, right ball is locked. I'm gonna do this. I do like this transition a lot more. problem is that I'm working to be nigh impossible to animate her leg right from here. I have an idea. We're gonna animate it from here, and then just change the timing. Okay, now I need the whole head, everything. Roots, eyes, no, mouth, there. Okay, and then bam, bam. Okay. And that a little faster. Sorry if you're hearing the audio a lot, but I want to make sure the time's right. You know that they can see what you say in the corner. Oh. Might actually take advantage of this weird thing of I'll take this here. And here. Oh, no, no. I'm going to make it so that It's just what Demon does. Just ignore him.
I want every guard pony at stable 2 door. At stable 2 door. Stable 2 door. At stable 2 door. Stable 2 door. Stable 2 door. Stable 2 door.
I really don't know what I'm doing here. I'm just throwing stuff out to see if it sticks. This shot, the reason that I keep working on this shot is that I feel that she's just a lot of emotion she's trying to put into it, and I'm trying to portray that, and it's not easy. I want to make her animated, but still to the emotions of it. So yes, I've been putting a lot of time into it because I really want to get this part right. Wow, that release right there just did a lot. Here, I'm gonna pull the head back and. Oh, that didn't look right. Where is my clothes? Oh, where's the eyes again? I almost want to have remove the eye close there. Have them open here instead. Might actually let me open this then. If you are looking for a fix after finishing Fall Equestria, I do recommend reading Project Horizons. It actually is a very... It feels a lot like the Fall Equestria, and it's twice as long so far. Yeah, I really like the way that this looks now. their eyes looking? Fuck, where is that? Above your head? How did I do this whole thing without her head, eyes being in the right place? That is... Okay, how much motion do I have to her eyes? I animated the whole thing left to right of the eyes. Oh my god, I feel like... Oh, I can't really undo that now, so... Where are you? Alright, okay. Sorry, I also don't pay attention to chat there. Alright, question about light. Taking control of light. Well, that's actually pretty easy. My light. Light is really just dragging on the window. And then it lets you drag on the window, it changes the name of the camera, changes to your light. And as long as you have it selected, just like a camera, the light selected, and the actual... I'm not saving it. I'll make a new light. I don't want to break that one. So, as long as you have, it acts just like a camera, so I can fly the light around, and you can see the scene. So as long as, this is where you're gonna really want two set cameras, because you can actually see what it looks like in your main shot. So, but yeah, that's really all you have to do to take control of the light. So, it took me forever to learn that you could do this. I ended up seeing it in a video, and I'm like, oh my god, this changes everything. So, yeah, there's really not much else to it in regards to that. Oh, when you're okay to slow down a playback, which you'll see, like I can speed it up here. I do it at this part because I like it doing it at this part. Okay. So here's this part, and I'm gonna make it. Okay. So if you hit it's the period and the comma keys on your keyboard, those are your forward and backward buttons. So if you hit period, it'll go forward, and if you hit comma, it'll go backwards. If you hit, the more you hit it, the faster it goes. So if I hit period once, then twice, and if you hit 3 times, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it just starts glitching then because it's going too fast. So you just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5x. Now, if you want to slow down, it's the control button switches the speed the other direction. So this is one hit a period. Let me zoom in. Okay, so one hit a period. If I hold control, hit period again. You hit do it one more time. So that's what it is. It's just period and comma, and then just use the control key to switch between speeding it up and slowing it down. That I thought there was something else too with the period and comma, like, oh, maybe not. So I thought there was, but yeah, it's just the control key. So. Wait, is her key mark showing at all? I think it's not, so I don't have to worry about it. Yep, no problem. Actually, that reminds me of another problem I have. Okay. The guards here. These two guys. Obviously, having a cherry for a cutie mark, not really good in a place that only eats apples, and having Twilight's cutie mark is probably even a little more strange. So I need to figure out cutie marks for these guys. Oh god, where are their textures? Because these are custom models. Okay, so it is under Earth Pod 1 in the VN LP. Okay. I will find. I'm gonna cheat this. Hey, I'm in the folder. Okay. That one, and then I'm gonna also do the other one quick, so don't worry about that either. Okay. So, I have to figure out a key mark for this guy. These one sign says get out of there. I gotta redo his tail because that's kind of weird texture. Okay, so he says get out. But he's a guard, so what should we do for a guard? Let's see. I was thinking for one of them to put like, oh, handcuffs. I want to do handcuffs. Be kinky. We need what part? When he's not on duty. Ooh, these ones look good. Ooh, I like this one. Oh. There it is. Okay. Yeah, bullets, and it wouldn't really make sense in there, though it would be funny. But that's mask stuff. I do that. Cool. How do I? Why is it not selectable? I want to resize you. There we go. Okay. That might be a bit wide for his ass. That. Let's see how that works. This. And the duplicate layer. That, and then layer hide this. I still kind of like the colors, so I'm probably stick with the colors. Okay, it looks like these masks are failing me. Where's my map? Oh, my navigator. Huh. Why aren't you getting rid of that? Oh, air mask. Was alt click? That's the alpha. I'm breaking things. sake. Well. Actually, I don't need layer mask anymore, so I'll rasterize. I can't do rasterize. It would be apply layer mask, that was it. Okay. See if I can fix that now. Is that a permanent thing? Oh, there we go. I'm selecting the wrong one. I'm a perfectionist, you probably wouldn't see this box. I don't care. And the other one. Oh, don't lock it. Other one. I'm gonna use the freaking. I gotta wake him now. I might as well use it. Oh, that's so much easier. Okay. Doing this by hand is way easy. Okay. We have a key mark. Kind of kinky. Okay. Now we have body 1. We're gonna now open. Oh, import. Body 2. Okay. And save as. I don't really care about saving over because I can always convert it again. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Actually, I don't know if it will reload. Let me save this before I do it. Okay. Because there's lots of bodies. I was paying attention for what? Oh, my name. I know there's a VTF plugin for it, but I like VTF edit. It's never done me wrong. Let's see. Your security mark has not changed. Oh, because I saved over it. Hey. Yes, your cutie mark is. Oh, I know why. Try that again. Oh, it still didn't change. Your butt is broken. Why your butt no work? Working other shots? No, you are still King Sparkle Butt. I don't want King Sparkle Butt. When in doubt, exit completely and reopen. You don't really, you can reload the textures without reloading SFM. So that's why And I did that, but it didn't want to keep that. I think something like that.
I
Yay, still Sparkle Butt. What are you doing, Pony? There are 2 versions of that model? I don't think so. Yeah, models VNMLP. Models VNMLP. Earth 1. What are you doing, Tui? Can't be that cached. Let me check something. Just forget 2 things to turn on for it, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Oh, no, I shouldn't do it. Oh, that might be why, because the base texture is not actually pointing to the one I just modified. Derp, derp. Check see if. Yeah, it's not looking at the new folder, it's looking at the different folder. So, okay, now that should work. Aha! It's a bit big. Let's shrink your marks down a bit. Whoops. Base, Arga. Cuff butt. Cuff butt. The only thing I may not like about it is that it seems to stand out a bit. And I don't know if I like that. Where'd music go? Oh, it's coming. See if that fixed it. Yep. Size works. Location doesn't. Forgot which is left and right cheek. Oh, I know how to fix that. I thought that layer was set to only hide her cutie mark, not get rid of it. Well, I guess I got rid of it. Print it out, open the other one. Just doing it for centering reasons. Okay. What about there for that one? There for that one. See if that works better. Oh, the joys of texture editing. If this doesn't look right, I won't worry about it. I just won't until later. I correct it a bit easier later. Oh, this. Okay, actually I can just do that quick. I lift it up a little bit. Down. Buttons, there we go. Okay, that should be it then, because all I need to do is raise it. Okay, that's pretty good. Now he's got cuffs on his butt. It should fix it for every shot. Okay. Now, for Cherry Butt, even though really you don't even see it. So he is cop, like this guy, but I don't want cuffs. I should have put the one with hands because that makes sense. That's another police thing. I was thinking of baton, but making it so that the guy's skill is to beat people doesn't sound that pony. Wow, maybe when he's outside the vault, but something else police-ish. A donut? Could be a funny joke. Especially since I need to do actually more later because there's 2 more that run in. But here we go. How much do you see this cutie mark? See a little bit here, but not much. I don't think you see it at all. Oh, no, there's a little bit right there. I should make it a donut. Okay, a pig actually could be funny, but it wouldn't make any sense because they'd be like, "Look at my key mark is. What is it? I have no idea. Is it an apple? I don't think it's an apple." So okay, if I can find a good donut clip art, might do. They could have donuts like apple donuts. Apple? Apple? Apple. A riot shield could work. A cherry donut. I don't know if I could get that. That'd be too much detail. I wonder if that would work. Go back, reselect. There's a donut. But I don't know if I want it to be pink. on, pink isn't in browns. There we go. Well, blue donut doesn't make sense either. I feel like it's kind of a red. I can't make. I'm not gonna make a shield protecting a donut. That's a little excessive. I'm gonna put on there, and behind that is a coupon for 50% off Krispy Kreme donuts. There's a certain level of detail that when you put it on a cutie mark, it almost destroys the purpose of it. So, kind of like that. That'll work. And whoa, I can't make it this big, or he will look like a fat ass. I love donuts. Where is his? Okay, that takes up. The shape works because of the size of his legs, so I can't do the same size. I do want to have it cut a little bit at the top and bottom. So like that should work. I'll do that. Big layer. Finally. Throw it right there. Oh no. Yes. Okay. So we have 2 donuts. Delicious. And now I'm gonna actually see if I can do this right. Okay. They're hidden. Okay. Donuts! Just can't see it. It's kind of a joke for those that can see it. Okay, what am I doing? Oh yeah. Import. This was actually bugging me, is because I kept working on stuff, but I kept ignoring the fact that their cutie marks made absolutely no sense. It would be nice to actually have this replaced. Why did that not change? Did I not change your petite? I did. Donut. Did I have overrides on yours? No. What did I do to you? Oh, I forgot those again. Oh, I'm... Oh, okay, yep, it's just this shot. I have him overrode. Fix it. I don't... You don't have overrides anymore. That having a cherry butt. Whenever reload might fix it. Okay, pink might not work though. I think I'm going to have to go with like a black or a dark brown. Let's go chocolate. I'm gonna go chocolate donut. I can't multi. That sucks. Oops. Reds. Okay, we need a brownish with saturation, like darken it. Okay, that should work. Oh, it's doing it to everything. I don't want to do everything. That'll work. Otherwise, the other one is too bright, and I feel it was pulling eyes towards it. I didn't want that to happen. Okay, let's try that again.
Control panels are 2 Earth Pony Guard.
Excuse me.
Okay, it's on the edge there, but it's not focused.
Let our building get lost outside anyway.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. Let's look. Oh, what the fuck you doing here? Get the fuck out. And then I have... Those guards don't matter.
Now or never.
I'm not stepping up there.
But I have this guy, which is the same Earth Pony 1, and this Earth Pony 2. So, but I can't really replace their textures unless I make them different models. So I plan to have the textures reloaded when I go to render that part. Just have the same 2 models, just with different different body textures used and different eyes, probably, because I just realized they're both green. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to what you guys were talking about. You did just talk about donuts for a while. I don't care. You guys do whatever you want. It's not like I'm exciting the whole time. Actually, I find like anime can be like boring as hell to watch. I think so. Sometimes I don't know why you guys even watch. That's nice having something official for
Why,
the cutie marks
yes.
now.
Yes, I am.
Is her thinking still off here?
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Ah, Pep.
Anyway.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am.
That's a little better.
Yes, I am.
Oh, dude, okay, I need to find Pip beatbox time. Okay, yeah, here it was. I did this the other day, it was hilarious. Okay. It's just the fact that it opens up like that makes it actually pretty awesome. I'm like, I gotta. If I actually had musical talents. But yeah, I thought that was actually pretty good. Anyways, beatbox and Pip. But you could do that. Really, I figured out you could do that just about any part. Well, that's clear. Okay, so let's go to another part here.
This is off limits.
Excuse me.
Not maybe not the
Excuse
talking.
me.
No, I'm not gonna bother. That's just it's just so perfect. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. No, it was actually like I was zoomed in. I was looking at something, and I just hit play, and it was just perfect. Okay, I'll go back to actually doing a lot more interesting things. Did I replace all her magic in here? Because I had it phase off correctly here.
And I'm also the.
And I don't think I really used her magic elsewhere, other than at the panel.
Here goes.
But her, oh, we didn't have magic running here? No, there isn't! Pep, you can't use magic. There's no magic going. What are you doing?
Here goes.
Another shot, really? I don't see much after refine there. That's what I'm saying, these ones are going to be pretty quick. I mean, really, what do I have to do here?
Here goes.
Ears aren't even really that visible. Yeah, I'll do magic when
That
I
I
get to the
am.
final one. I am. You will learn. I am the easiest person to entertain. You can give me the most stupidest thing, and I will find fun. Like here. I mean, even this I find funny. Okay, I'm good.
Why, yes. Yes, I
find
am.
refining is probably the most boring thing for you guys to watch. so I
Why,
don't even
yes.
know if
Yes,
wanna
I
do
am.
that. Oh, it is fun seeing everything
Why-
come to life.
Lost outside anyway. The filly who lit our building
I
get
don't know if I
lost
like his
outside
moves yet.
anyway.
I really don't care. He's not Pip. Pip is my main focus for animating, making her
Why,
look realistic.
yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, I probably did. But yeah, again, I'm not really caring because these are the ones that I'm mad at having everything fully done. But
Anyway,
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. S. Yes, I.
Mean that
Yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes.
I wonder if I can get her to lean more that way.
Why, yes. Yes, I. Yeah. Why, I.
Kind of like her leaning this way, but I want to try to get her to do a little bit more. I'm not going to be a chest tooth, but I'm going to be a pelvic thing.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Why, yes.
That I got to be careful with. I probably don't want to do too much pelvis with.
Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes.
So that looks.
Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I.
Okay. I'll unlock these.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am.
I
Yes.
think I need to have her lift her leg more here. Oh, where am I? There we go. Okay. So that's the left front. From here to there. Drop fast to there.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I. Yeah. Yes, I am. Yes, I. Yes.
There to there.
Yes. 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 Yes, I. Yes. Yes. Yes.
There. And that'll be lock thighs, grab pelvis. Oh, and lock front foot.
Yes. Yes, I am. 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 Yes.
Okay, that does look good.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Okay, good, you're done talking. There, that I feel that added a little bit of extra movement. Okay, the Pip showered with donuts. If I had a fizz, the SFM fizz still working, I would actually be tempted because that could be funny. But oh, what is? I don't think I put this right. If I can fix this. That looks fine. Ignore the clothing clipping. That's I go through and I fix that like here. That'll be fixed when I go through and find stuff. I don't want to worry about that stuff now because if I fix it, then I'm going to change something and then I have to fix it again. Doing random things to see if it makes better. Trying to do off-camera animations so that it blends in a bit better instead of looking at it look like this scene suddenly started and she's just then choosing to move. But it requires that I animate it in the shot and then bump it out and hope it matches right. Here again, I need to animate the eyes so that they fall on the lids. That should help this a lot. Oh yeah, oh wow, that helped a lot. I think I'm going to also have it set where then eye close. Eye pulls in a bit from the left. Yeah, because then it looks like it rolls. I think I might have it this. Looks like it's pulling back, which seems a little weird, but... Oh, yeah. Oh, that did a lot. Oh, yeah. Dude, that double rainbow animation was awesome. I thought you did fucking awesome at it, so shut up. Even just have the transition from rainbow flying to standing to sitting, I thought that those were pretty well done. Even the portrayal of her emotions when she's looking at the thing, I thought that was all really well done. Yeah, you can have mistakes here and there, but point is to look at them, say, I learned from that, and then move on. Okay. Done with the eye following. I kind of want to have it so the spam, like she opens up wide and immediately starts dropping down.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. I am. Yes, I am. I am. Yes, yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Oh, mouth's not working again.
Yes, I. Yes, I am. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, I. Yes, yes, I am. Yes, I. Yes, I. Yes, I. Yes, I. Yes, I am.
Am.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
There we go. That's what
Yes,
I
I
needed.
am. Yes, I. Yes, I am. 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 Yes, I am.
Sorry if that's annoying. I'm changing up the lip syncing a little bit.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am. Yes, I am.
There we go.
Yes, I am.
Doesn't look like much, but it
Yes, I
helps.
am.
Actually, having the lips pull forward and backwards like they should.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. I just called that part good, so that I don't have to staring at that part again. And all in all, her movements there are about what I want, so...
Why, yes. Why, yes.
Hop, hip. Dun 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 dun.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Looks like from this angle.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Kinda creepy. Look at her face.
And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. Who's gonna bring her back. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yeah. Why, yes. Yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes, yes. Yes, I am. 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 Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am.
Hey, what am I doing? Oh, arguing, that's fine.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. And I'm also the one who's... Why, yes, I am. Why, yeah. Why, yes. Yeah. Yes, I am. Why, yes. 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 Why, yes. Yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am. 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 Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yeah. Yes, I am.
Okay. Work for tail for that part. I don't think that's
Yes,
really
I
animated,
am.
but she's up here. She's lost. Okay,
Hi.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
let's go tail 2 now.
Why,
Gonna like find that.
why, why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yeah. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yeah. Yes, yes, I am. Yeah. Yes, I am. 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 Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Bye bye, April. The tail looks a little weird
Why,
right now, but
yes.
for
Yes,
being
I
too
am.
high, but it's I'm gonna bring down the back of it so it curls more.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Doesn't feel there here. Oh, way too blurry to see here. Okay. I won't worry about animating the tail back there. I'm not gonna worry about going to get the next shot yet. How Fallout is supposed to be dark. It's immensely
Why,
dark.
yes.
But
Yes,
like
I am.
I've but with the fic, K-Cat had a post on FemFiction a little bit ago that talked about grimdark comparison, and she says that Fallout is not grim. Fallout Equestria, the book, is not grimdark. I forgot what she said. It would be a comparable to, like, it's not just dark to be dark. It's dark to show the strength of those that fight it, kind of a thing.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, time for Tale 3. Woo! I had a few friends that played Prison Architect, and nobody ever said it was bad or anything. It's just if you like those kind of games, really.
Why, yeah. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes. Why, yes. Why, yes. Why, yeah. Why, yes. Yeah. Why, yes. Why, yeah.
Really need audio for that. Trying to get a balance for the movements here. Yeah, if you're paying attention, I animated 3 stages, and this is 3rd stage. This is where I'm actually going through and cleaning up shots to make them final quality. And that involves ear animations and ear animations, hair animations. Tail animations, that's what I'm doing right now, is the tail. I'm like hearing yourself with a tail, is she? Yeah, a little bit, but not gonna worry about it. Okay. I'm not gonna have fully made like the rest of it react. Okay, and I'm not going to worry about the very end there because it's going to be going to the next shot, and I don't think... Yeah, their positions are a little... Oh, wow, actually timing's off, too. Doesn't matter. Oh, I did that way because it actually makes better for the shot because of the changing cameras. Percentage of what? Because there's a lot. Pip will be in an RPG game. They're working on it. Fallout 2 has a mod as well, where you can play Pip. But yeah, they're Overmare Studios making a game. Fallout RPG. It's gonna basically be Fallout 3 with ponies, built from scratch. Naka is the head of 3D. Basically, if it's three-dimensional, he's in charge of it. It doesn't really matter until the game's completed. It doesn't matter too much, and I feel that if it gets too public, that it'll just start having a problem like Fighting with Magic was happening, where it started leaving the fandom and then it became an issue. EQD, I think, does anytime they do big blog posts, they go and do a thing about it. So it's a Pip. Yeah, they've got all the art you can see in here for things that they're designing. And it's their goal is to make a professional quality game, but there is no set time scale. It's just kind of they're just working on it. They're not avoiding hype. It's just that they're not advertising. They put the information out there. They just don't like go and find people to go and look at it. Fighting with Magic ran into the issue because it started going from a pony venue. It had almost entered a public or just fighting tournament. Suddenly you have something that's using the official name and a rip-off of the slogan saying Fighting is Magic that could be construed as potentially a official game. They had to shut it down. Really, I am 100%. I agree that Hasbro had to do that, but I don't like the fact that that has to keep happening. But the name and the characters were just too similar. They did too good of a job. So for the best mod for pony games I saw is Fallout 2 because it's free. You can download it and it will actually replace the human model with Pip for like the whole game, which is actually pretty cool. I don't know if they change much for voices or anything, but Lauren Foss is working with what do they call the main six? Is the programmers? She was working with them for designing new characters. That was all she said. But the fact that she was going to do that at all was awesome. And that was something she didn't have to do. She was outside the game at that, or the show at that time. So the fact she did it was just completely 100%. I feel bad for these guys, and I think that shows her character a lot, and I think I respect her a lot for doing that. I mean, she's a professional, like gets paid to do these things, and then she just does it for free. It's actually really surprising. That's not something that you would see normally. Beta test for Legend of Equestria is coming a week after BronyCon? Yeah, I think she cares a lot about the fandom, but I think that at this point, I think that she's given too much of a focus for it. She created the original show, but she is not the one that has made it what it is now. That credit should be given to all those people that have spent all the time working on it, and like the people that are writing it now. Yeah, you may not agree with everything that they're doing, but I think that they still are taking the show in a generally good direction. So. Yeah, I'm going to BronyCon. I'm planning on attending that panel. I think that would be really cool to see those guys work. Another side of 3D. And I am, me, Aggie, Doom Guy, Adam, and Yukitoshi are all going to be at BronyCon doing a panel as well. And we have a panel at 1 something on Saturday, or Sunday. Which is where this is going to be shown, if I can finish it. Oh, I just realized her magic's lagging. Hold on. Where is Horn? There, now it's fixed. Okay, I mean, BronyCon is big, but like I was at the local con here a little bit ago, and you might think that you're gonna get freaked out. You know, there's people in costume, but like, one example, there was 3 people that were running around. No, 4 people in full costume. Like, one was Shining Armor, one was Cadence, Derpy, and Flash Sentry. Flash Sentry is just mainly guard. There were some kids that were out in the one hall, and they were playing with the kids to where like they were enacting things and actually playing with the kids in like a childlike manner, and the kids were loving it. they thought it was hilarious, and it was, I mean, yeah, so there are people in full suits like that, but they're not acting like what you would consider to be the negative furry. They were actually really having fun with the kids, and they were acting cute, not weird. And so, I mean, you're gonna get your oddballs here and there, but overall, I think by majority, most people are just there to have fun, and you got to respect that. But when you see videos of stuff of bad things that happen, know that bad publicity sells more than good publicity. So when it comes to stuff like that, you're going to see more recordings of the bad stuff and less the good stuff. Just because when something bad happens, everybody wants to see the bad stuff. Well, I went to a small con and a big con. I want to see what I like, but I'm thinking that the mid cons I'm going to probably like more because you get a little bit of both. I want to try to get to Everfree Northwest next year. BronyCon last year was about 8,000. 6,000, and they're expecting way over that. And when you consider walk-ins, like MSB here had 700 people that had tickets pre-bought, but over 1,000 showed up. I mean, just for people that walked up to the door and got in. Just wing it. Just buy a plane ticket, show up, and just bum yourself out to people for hotels. That's probably not the best thing to do. Don't actually take that as legitimate. That's what I kind of liked about MLP MSB. It was 1,000, so it was and it was all people that were new to cons. Like, they did a poll, 90% of the people, if not more, that was their very first con. And I think that that's awesome because you can't go wrong because everybody's there and they're just expecting awesome, and when all you can expect is awesome, you're going to get it. I mean, they had some mic issues and tech issues and volunteers that in security that was their first time ever doing that and had no idea what they're doing, but it didn't matter because nothing really went wrong. Yeah, like I said, don't actually take that as gospel. Don't actually show up there and try to whore yourself off to get a room or something. I've seen that, I've heard of people doing that. It never turns out right. So what state is Everfree Northwest in? Obviously it's Northwest. Is it in Seattle, or is it in Portland? I'm not actually sure. I've always wanted to go to Seattle, so that was kind of the point, or at least just even the Northwest over there where you go is. LP MSP did not tank. It was actually very successful. It was a small con, but it was for a first year. It was actually very well done. Okay, Seattle, good. Yeah, you have Doctor Who, so shut up. We have Doctor Who here, but it's not the same. Actually, Matt Smith was over in the local area for the local con. Some other one here recently. Okay, if it's in Seattle, I'm really tempted to go next year. Sadly, I can't go this year. I wanted to go to BronyCon last year, and I couldn't because of time off. And now this year, my the boss where I am, there's only 4 people in the office. My boss is quitting in the next 3 weeks. BronyCon's in like 6, and we already had an issue because I was taking off the same time as another person in the office, which means at least 1 out of 4, which we can't do. So, and I told them, I'm like, you can't make me stay, otherwise I'm quitting. I'm not gonna get screwed like last year. They're like, no, don't worry about it. We'll figure something out. I'm like, good. My job, no, like I said, the pony, any monies I make off of ponies goes to stuff to help make better ponies, like, Wacom tablet, program, like, the Adobe Suite, and even then I'm still eating a lot of it myself. No, I work in damaged freight. I work at a trucking company, and I am in charge of OS&D, which stands for overshort and damaged. So if something breaks, gets lost, or gets messed up in any way, I'm contacted, and so I, on average, get yelled at 3 to 4 times a day. At least get threatened to be sued once or twice a week. Everybody wants everything done immediately. Yeah. Fun. Well, it's not really new, because I had this exact same tablet with my sister. She borrowed it to me, but she's like, because she went to art school for a while. Then she's like, well, I want to do art again because now that I have more free time, so I had to give it back. Well, then I was like, that's awesome. I got so used to it. Well, then her friend, who's getting one with the actual screen on it for writing on, she was getting rid of her Wacom, which is the non-screen version that just goes on the screen, whatever. And she goes, well, she'll sell it to you for $150. Normally they're a lot more than that. And I'm like, sure. So I bought it, and it's a 9x12, which is one of the big ones. So yeah, my job is, it's stressful if you are the kind of person that gets stressed. I don't get stressed. I know when I'm going to get bitched at. I know I'm going to get yelled at, but I know it's not my fault. So as long as I cover it to where it's not me doing something wrong, it's not actually that bad. Because they're yelling, but whatever, what are they going to do? Hit me through the phone? Oh well. Hello. Yeah, there's like a 30 or something second delay, but my 2 choices are, or a couple of the other choices I have that won't have the delay, drop the quality of the drastically, or required me to use outside software that really reduces a lot of my ability to do stuff. So I chose the lag over all the other crap. So wasn't there like Pinterest or something, or what is that? I don't know what the name of that program was. Picardo, that's it. I thought there was like a whatever, but I looked into it and there was some issue that just didn't seem right. Or there's some reason that I didn't like it. Hello there. So I might look into it though, see if it works better. It's just a lot of those. Justin, I can get full high quality without paying. So if I could pay for a stream, or I felt like it, I would, and I wouldn't mind it. But it's like some of them get like between 10 and $50 a month, and I don't. If I don't make enough money off ponies to actually start eating in my own wallet for that stuff. How hard is SFMing? That's a really broad question. Um, I personally don't find it too difficult, just time consuming. But when I first started, it was. So it's just how long do you want to spend improving is a big thing. The delay is based on making sure that everybody is seeing everything at the same time. That's the reason that the delay is there. Yeah, I said hi. So that's. I wish you could turn it off, or choose to have it, but they don't give you a choice anymore. It used to be that they didn't have any. I don't know if the ear droop is going to work here. Okay, Pyro. The reason I started SFM was because I was reading a lot of fan fiction and looking at a lot of art, and I felt bad that so many people were making awesome things, and I wanted to do something for the community. So the whole reason I'm doing this is for the same reason you just said. Audio done? I'm still looping. 5 songs. Minnesota bronies are best bronies. Well, you're welcome. Remember, I just enjoy doing it. It's the community is what's kept me, I think, doing it a lot. But in the end, I just enjoy I enjoy this. I love being creative, and I just never had an outlet, and this is actually a pretty nice outlet. So. Yeah, Wisconsinites are okay. They bring cheese. But no, I like, okay, for an example of things, okay, for the longest time, like, okay, for years, I just liked creative. I did, wait, I'm still logged in. Like back in, not long after high school, most of it was lost. Actually, maybe I still have it. I used to do, Halo photography. Like, I actually spent a lot of time doing it. So, like, that was how I actually got down a lot of the photograph stuff. So I had, like, there's that one, that one. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out I've spent hours on a lot of these. And I also modded Halo 2, so that I could do photography. I took like 350 pictures in that game that were all modded. That's where I learned how to do Photoshop stuff. So I mean, I spent a lot of time playing around with Halo. That was like the first thing that I used to do for trying to be artistic, and or not really artistic, to be creative, not even artistic. I did photography, so I had like my dog, there's me, some mountains. I love my dog. He was so cute. So that's where I learned. I took it a little further and started doing pictures. I like that one. Yeah, so I technically still run this website I created from scratch, that has tools that actually allow people to make things from the game. So, and I spent thousands of hours developing this web. I mean, there's 23 people using it right now. I still have dozens of people or hundreds of people a day that use it. So I mean, there's I spent years on this. That was my way of being creative. What else have I done? Oh, like the reason how I learned to do some of the modding for SFM is I did Gary's model conversions from the game, so I actually converted the models, created custom collision models and all this. So that's how I learned a lot of stuff early on for textures. So my brain gets like bored. I need to do stuff. I need to create things, and so like I built this big gear thing in Minecraft. It's some of the other stupid stuff I've done. So I mean, I've always wanted to be creative, but I just never had a great outlet for it, and so I kind of feel like finally I have something I can do that with. Even before then, I've done audio stuff, but I wasn't that good at it. If you look on way back on my YouTube channel, I have videos that I've made that are collections or music videos from games I used to play, and me and my buddy would record stuff from. And this was back in like 03, 04, so 10 years ago. You can see what I was doing after high school. Actually, Aggie and Adam got to see the 15-minute movie that was recorded that I did in high school for a project. Cow Cop. But I'm never gonna make that. I'm never gonna put that on YouTube. It's so stupid. But that was where I learned some of the cinematography. So I'm actually in that movie. No, the website I used to run, if you're wondering about that, is acecalcs.net. I used to play an MMO for a couple years called originally Space Cowboy. Then it went to Flysys, which then got turned into Ace Online or Air Rivals. But there's another version called Ace Online, Fedoi. I can't remember all the names. All the same MMO, and I played that for the longest time. It was basically Star Fox Online. And I played that for the longest time, but I was running a website that helped people calculate things within the game, and I don't know. I actually ended up getting I have a degree in web development because of that website, and I decided to try to make a profession of it, and then never did. If you ever go to download any of the cycles I've made, you'll notice a lot of the download links are from acecogs.net. That's just because, well, I own a server. I might as well use it. No, it was... Digisv? Digisv? Digi, you spelled your own name wrong. But if I don't get on Skype, man. Recording. I'm just cleaning up the barding so that's not clipping. I know the motions are basically final. and I'm getting rid of some of the clipping by just increasing the size of the arm by like 5%, and it's just for a short period of time, and you don't even notice it. Your chest clipping? It is. Oh, actually, your shoulders. But kind of at an awkward angle. Might just leave it how it is. I'll push the bags up too. Oh, okay, good. Okay, I'm reading backwards because I didn't realize you guys are talking so much. Okay, the Journal of the Two Sisters, I haven't actually finished yet. I read through the Luna and the Celestia part because that was probably the coolest part. That was really cool. I really liked reading through that. I thought they did a great job, especially the fact that they left out the information that we already know. So they skipped over Nightmare Moon. They skipped over what's his name? Sombra. They skipped over the parts that we already know, and they just stuck with the things that were important, that people wanted to read. And it was also those kind of the emotional parts and the battle parts. So it was kind of written for children, but I thought it was really cool. I really liked reading it. Hold on, I'm just reading through here. I want pizza. Okay. Some more questions. Oh. I think this is kind of an awkward angle, but it really the only thing that makes sense. I'll just keep it. So now I gotta need to prevent the clipping. I'll just do it for the whole thing. Folder. It's gonna be a tough one. Shoulders back. Or forward. Oh, that actually was, that fixed it all. Okay, I'll take it. Oh wait, no, not all of it. Your chest is bleeding. Okay, but from this angle you can't even see it, so I'm not gonna bother with it. All that matters is what's on camera. Okay, for the pit buck, It depends on the shot. Like here I'm using just the body groups one because there's no issues, there's no real clipping that's visible. If it started having clipping issues, which was like back right in this shot where the thing does a little bit of a spin, I had to fix. It kind of still does a wobble. This one I had to do an actual pit bug. Now that I think about it, it's actually normal size and she's not. But who cares? Whatever. So this one isn't, but I don't think the textures are the same, so I have to kind of go back and fix that later. But I still have to go back and like fix it so that Velvet's pit buck is red, or not red. Where did I get red from? It black. So there's a lot of things like that. I still got a lot of textures I gotta fix up in that. But I'm more worried about the animating. The textures can be done later. There is never going to be an episode besides just sneak peeks of Century coming in an episode because the show is not built to center around romance. You can make fun of it, but it won't focus on it. Okay, and then if I remember right, there's a really bad clip right here. Yep. Right. Oh, it's probably the same thing as here. Same thing as the other one. That'd be right here. All right. I have to fix these guys too. He's got some bad clipping there. Wow, that's a horrible clip there. Jeez. Whoa! He's melting into his suit. This falling is so cheaply done. Who cares? You're not in focus. And what's not in shot? And shifty camera. Oh, okay. Actually, before I move further, I need to fix her back hair. Whoa! What happened to you, camera? Go. Okay. So the hair's right there. There, there. It's part is visible over hair here. And then from the middle here, just like okay, so I think I need to make it forward here. I can refine the bot tips of it a little more once the jiggles are locked, but for right now they're not, so I can't control them. So I just want to make sure that these up here, this base is above the bag. Okay, so that looks pretty natural. The clipping is being fixed, so that's the whole point of the refined part. Look at that tail. Oh yeah, they're fixed. I'm trying to make sure that there's no clipping, but some can't be prevented. I don't care how hair clips visible. So here, points. I'll get the hair in the right position here. That. And so here. So all I'm doing is I'm just choosing the last position where the stop position is, then going back, picking the beginning, and then just making sure that the back hair goes and matches that positioning. This one, you can't really see the back hair, so I'm going to turn a little bit more so that it looks like it's like poking out a little bit, I think. Not so much though. Work. Okay. And then when your head turns again, it doesn't matter from there. So her head stops right here. Then I'm going to go back to where she starts moving, which is right here. Position the hair where I need it to be. That shot. Actually, because of how gravity works, I might drop it there. Yeah. Because that's actually going to be the natural position for it to rest at, so. There, and then when she turns again, it's there. Okay, that's off camera, so I'm just going to cheat it a bit. I know it's going to be about there. Actually, I have an idea. This, right about there. Something here to go. I don't want that shot yet. Okay, that's going to be partial off your camera, but I'll worry about that later. Yeah, I have an SSD for my my operating system, but I don't have it for SFM or anything. But I mean, what is my SFM's folder sitting at? 162 gigs. Yeah, I'm not gonna put that on my SSD. That's also got all my renders, so my SSD is only 64 gigs, so it wouldn't matter. Okay, so that back hair should now look fine from this angle. Gonna clip there, but that's gonna be the bottom hair. Here. So I'm fine. Now I want to. This I don't know how it was gonna work out. I'm gonna try it. Here. Here. Apple? Apple? That looks pretty good. That way, there now doesn't eclipse still, but for this angle, it looks like she's just pushing against it. Do you mean fully closed in a? Oh, in a like, are they fully closed for an extended period of time, or are they when you're doing a blink? Are you doing it, here? Okay, her eye blinks. Are you doing it like this, to where you have a single point that the eyes are closed, or are you breaking it up to where they're closed for a few frames? That's there's a big difference, because if you're doing it for a single, like if you're doing it a pinpoint that they're closing, no, you're not going to get a full blink because you're not giving the renderer even time to close the eyes. You want to give yourself probably between 2 and 3 frames at minimum for a blink. That's why you'll notice, like here, I have when her eyes close here, it's for this is for 1, 2, 2 frames. Her eyes are then closed here for 2 frames. So just to have them, don't have them closed for an instantaneous frame, because you're looking at it as an infinite timeline, but when you're rendering, it's going by frames. So you're trying to do a pinpoint piece of time for a frame, and that's not easy. So just extend it a couple frames. So yeah, here's a blink a couple frames, here's another blink a couple frames. Just something I learned to do a long time ago. Apple? Apple?
Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am.
I'm not even using the frame. But
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
okay, lighting issue here. Face is visible, but her tail isn't. That's kind of what that light's doing. Not gonna matter. Actually, that helped a little bit. I'm also at a weird angle. Well, normally I stop at around 10.
Why,
It just kinda
yes.
depends.
Yes, I am.
I might need to
Why,
go take a break to
yes.
get a drink.
Yes,
and
I
then
am.
go. Yeah, see, the reason I don't like this is if you look, Pip's tail kind of like blends into the background there. It doesn't actually get pulled out in any way. So that's when we do a secondary rim light, which I have the one rim that comes from the main light, and then now I need my secondary window again. I'll put a rim on the other side, and the purpose of that rim is to be only on the very, very edge of something and basically just give it definition. So for this, it'd be like that. I have to make sure I'm not hitting extra surfaces, so I'm not hitting the ground, and I'm not hitting anything but what I need to hit. I can hit the box there, I think. Fine. Yeah, the box isn't getting any extra light. A little bit extra light on their helmets, but that's stuff that might actually help. And it loses some definition of the shadow with the angle on that. If I go underground, yeah, I could probably get rid of that. Got it, there we go. Oh, that's too low though. Not really doing her tail justice. I'm going to put it here, and then I'm going to drop the Z at 10, which will drag in the distance that it's bright, so I can get rid of some, dim it on her body, keep the tail brighter. Got that. Okay, see how that works.
Yes. Yes, I am.
Oh, I forgot this
Why,
angle.
yes.
Not sure.
Yes,
Well, actually,
I
it gives
am.
her tail low by accident. I think that rim might have actually helped
yeah.
me in this shot.
Yes.
Oh no, that's just how the tail was. From that angle, it's not doing anything for
Yes.
that.
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll bring it around a little bit more. I really want to get it higher. don't want to get it to the ground. Okay, with that Z down, it's fine there. Okay, so a little bit stronger down there. Can I put it any more and not have it hit the ground? Okay, so now it's actually pulling her tail away from the background. Now it's not blending in, so the animation to it actually feels better, not like the walls moving.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
So like I said, when I was trying to make sure that the lighting was done well. That's what I mean. Like how she looks right now, just with that one light added, did a lot. I think that, wow, that actually did a lot. It gave so much volume. So, and I'm gonna copy this one to the next shot. But a lot of this, I'm learning as I go. I didn't some of these lighting things I'm looking at, and I'm like, that looks good, and then I go back through it again, and I'm like, holy crap, that looked like crap. And like, I have examples. I love examples. Let's go to my hidden area of YouTube. Was this before I did the lighting enhancements? Yeah. So like on these shots,
Is
Who she tricked direct.
oh, I don't have the shots from her in the wall one. What was my number 2? No.
Right. Why?
Like the way the lighting was done in this shot, I'm gonna mute it. Was like. I'm like, I like the lighting, it's good. But then I realized it really wasn't giving volume, it was just lighting. And so I went and redid it to where it looked like this. So now she has a lot more volume. There's shadows on the walls. She's got her rim lights that are pulling her from the background. It doesn't look like a big change, but it is. Oh, and I don't have that actual shot in final yet. So it's I really wanted to put the time into the lighting so that I could learn a lot from it, and trust me, I've learned a crap load about how to do lighting from just messing around. So.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, originally that's why I'm in refinement part, because this is what I want to do. I want to play around with them a little bit. A lot of it is, I think, here he gets hit and his head moves, but his body kind of doesn't. I'm thinking of like say from here to here, that would be it's hit at this point. Right there. Where is this pelvis? Do I have to disable? Yes, I do. Start putting 1 or 2. 1. Grab pelvis, lock chest 1. Move pelvis, anchor to S1 location. Ish. Close enough. And then little too. I think there's that bending is so that his ass goes the right direction with it. Actually, I don't know if that'll work too much. Oh, I have an idea. Lock that. Wait, is your folding not locked? Why is your barding not locked? Okay, whatever. It's not a brick, it's actually a footlocker. Because it's hitting him in the back of the head. You know what, actually, you're probably right. That's probably what's needed here. So it gets hit right here. Here. What that does. This should go his neck, his head. The problem is it goes so fast that it's hard to get it to turn right. Oh. Well, that might be a 2. Here, I'm gonna do just 2. There we go. It'd help if you actually hit it. The other guy can kind of just keep it as is because I think he's not visible enough. Ooh, I have an idea. Grab it. I want Pip. This guy. And yes, he gets smaller up front because his body is at like 1 or 15% larger than normal. Okay. It might be. think it's kind of what I need, but maybe not like that. Because I do like that other guy. I think that he has the oomph that's needed. Especially since at this angle he's so blurred that it's not going to matter. And that's the thing too. Let me undo that just in case. You're looking at it without motion blur. Let me open it up with. And I'll show you. You know, what am I opening up YouTube for? I have local copies. Which one? This one?
Final check. Apples. Final check. Apples. Water. Excuse me, if you would let me by.
This point is off limit. Prove.
Let our velvet.
Why,
Okay.
yes. Yes, I am.
So with motion blur, it's a little harder to see all the details. Like this guy, he can't even see. I think he turned out okay. But yeah, I think that the blue guy still needs a little more oomph.
Am.
Apple? I feel sorry for him. I'll make you feel sorry for him. Doo-doo. Wait, I think I edited a bone there. Oh no, I didn't. Okay. Nothing going on here. Look at that, she can dance. Is everybody on for the beatbox earlier? I want to go back. Let's do some more beatboxing. No, Nutrifin, shut up. I want more beatboxing. That's so cute. I don't know why. I just find that cute. Okay. Okay, I'll be productive again. I gotta clear my mind every now and then. Do something
Why,
incredibly
yes.
stupid.
Yes, I am. Why, yes. Why, yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am.
Yeah, fully. Yeah, do I stun for this? I think she might be done on this part. All kind of refinement of jiggles.
Yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am. 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 Yeah. 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 Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
I am just refining the jiggles.
Yes, I am. I am. Yes, 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 I am. I am. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am.
Yes, she's a yam. Well, there's certain things like I can't unhear, like here. Okay. Try to unhear him quacking. And I can't unhear it. Oh, he has tiny arm. Oh, I'm gonna unlock you because that is a little creepy. Okay, I'm gonna relock because there's an order here. But there's not. Oh, it's just his,
Seal the door!
Okay, he's fine.
Seal the door!
Yeah, but he is definitely quacking. Yeah, so now anytime it's going through,
I'm not stepping up there! Seal the door!
he just suddenly decides to spin the wheel on the farm noise wheel, and it comes to Stuck goes quack.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Salt that Philly. Yes, there's that one. That's actually for the. For those that don't know what Salt That Philly is, this. Yep, that's Salt That Philly. That's the other weird noise, son. Right here. Okay, I'm done with. I'm not gonna annoy you with noises. Maybe.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Quacking intensifies.
Why, yes. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Oh yes, I was going to this shot. Go back to her jiggles. Which is a funny word. And go her two. I needed to make sure that it's up and clear.
Why,
Here,
yeah.
make sure that it is directly forward.
Why, why, yes. Why, Why yes. Why yes. Why yes. Why yes. Why yes. 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 Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes. Yes.
A little bit.
Yes. Yes.
Right here. There it is.
Yes. Yes, I am.
It's in the bag, but not really visible. Not gonna worry about it. Okay, so we're good on that.
Why yes. Why yes.
Okay, and actually, I'm going to do one other thing to lock shoulders and lock neck. Gonna have a big head.
Why yes.
I want to animate the chest to have a little bit more life
Why yes.
and leave a
Yes.
lag
Why
behind
yes. Why
the
yes.
body when she goes down. Nothing else locked, right? Shoulders, neck. Okay. I want to make sure,
Why-
because otherwise that can
Why
cause
yes.
problems.
Why yes. Why yes. Why yes. 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 Yes, I am. Yes, yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Seems very minor, but I feel it actually. Like here, when this is going up, have this so that her chest follows a little bit behind. Maybe not so much in this spot. It's not to that degree. Maybe a little bit of lag afterwards. That helps. There. There. So unlock everything so that she's normal size again.
Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. That helped remove a little bit of the staticness. So. You can give the life to the chest without actually having to keep it animated throughout. Just add it afterwards. And the only reason I can get away with the chest moving is because you're wearing clothing. If it's not, there's no clothing, it's not noticeable.
And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back.
Because I'm doing her, I can actually
And I'm
keep working and doing on this stuff too. So I'm going to take. Well, everything else kind of still lags a little behind tail wise. Actually, I don't even know if any tail animation is on here. A little
and
bit.
I'm
Okay, and where's your back hair? Another one I want to make sure that that copies through. Ears aren't going to be
and
important.
I'm also the one who's gonna bring back.
Eyes wise, I think I didn't touch those.
And
Yeah, those will be fine.
I say yes. Yes, I am.
Well, this tails bit's gonna be tough. In this shot, I'll do it.
And I'm all. And I'm also. 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 And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. So the one who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. One who's gonna bring her. One who's gonna bring her back. Who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. The one who's gonna bring her back. The one who's gonna bring her back. The one who's gonna bring her. The one who's gonna bring her back. Is gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the and I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. I'm also one, and I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. And
I need to get audio timing down so it wouldn't for what she's saying. Now I can mute the audio. So I have a little bit of delay. They'll come across. I'm only doing left and right now, and then I'll go back and do the up and down. I only care about one at a time. If I try to think about too many of them at once, I get sloppy stuff. So one at a time. Okay. That's that. I'll do third hill. Now up and down. I'm doing both at once here. I don't know the best idea.
Bring her back. I'm the one who's gonna bring her back. 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 The bring one who's gonna bring her back. One who's gonna bring her back. One who's gonna bring her back.
Liking how this is.
He's gonna bring her back. Bring her.
I think that's it.
Bring her back. He's gonna bring her back. He's gonna bring her back.
I think that was it.
Bring her back. Gonna bring her. Bring her back. Bring her. Bring her back. bring her, gonna bring her, gonna bring her back, gonna bring her back, bring her back, bring her back. Her back, her back, her back, her back, back, bring her back, bring her back.
I think I might just go with that.
And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her. I'm also the one who's gonna. And I'm also. And I'm also. And I'm also the one who's. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring. And I'm also the one. Also the one who's gonna bring. Is the one who's gonna one.
It's felt a little lifeless here, so I'm trying to get a little bit more life.
I'm also the one who's gonna the one who's gonna the one who's gonna one who's gonna bring the one also the one who's gonna bring her back. I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. The one who's gonna bring her is gonna bring her back. Bring her back. The one who's gonna bring her back. The one who's gonna bring her back. The one who's and I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back.
Nope. Those three again.
I'm also the one who's gonna bring back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back.
Okay. A little better.
Oh.
Then it goes back to a fairly stationary
I'm gonna
pose.
bring her back.
Makes the next shot a little easier. Now let me take the 1 and 2. Copy. 1, 2. Paste. Here I'm just finding where I can blend it.
And I'm also the one.
Okay, that looks really good.
And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back.
Well, she doesn't. She doesn't. Actually, she does. In a way, she does fulfill the promise. Just she's not bringing her back.
And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. Why, yes. Yes, I am.
Okay. For okay, because I'm getting like super tired now. So but I know that there's more people here on normal, so I'm pretty sure there's a couple of people that haven't seen everything that I have done. So if you guys want to see it, sure, I can show that. That's pretty. Let me do something quick. Okay. And if you haven't already figured out when I'm working on this stuff, green is stuff that's animated and completed. Yellow stuff is animated but not refined, and red is stuff that is storyboarded and not actually animated yet. So that's my breakdown. So, and again, this is gonna this is without motion blur, without effects. It's gonna look way better in final once it's actually rendered. This is just showing how it is right now, and I could show the final part after because that's in a different file the last minute. So. Let me save so it doesn't do my autosave. Music. Alright, that should be everything. Wait, did I break it? No, I didn't. Oh, I was like, why am I missing one shot? This audio! I need to see the timeline, so. There you go, alright.
Oh, how could I let this happen? The ponies are right to hate me. I'm the one who let Velvet get away. Velvet? Why? Why did you go?
On the Pip-Buck radio, the Overmare's reassuring voice is heard.
We are all feeling this loss. But I want to remind every pony that Velvet Remedy chose to do this. She chose to leave her home, to abandon us, her family. She betrayed my trust and she betrayed yours. Just as she betrayed the trust of the pony who she tricked into removing her Pip-Buck, ensuring we could not find her. I know many of you are angry or hurt. I urge you to direct that anger where it truly belongs.
It is then that an encrypted file in Velvet's Pip-Buck catches Little Pip's eye.
What the... It's an audio recording. Maybe it's one of Velvet's new songs?
The override code for opening the door to Stable 2 is CMC3BFF.
The stable door override code? Where did Velvet get this? And why? I'm not sure what's going on or why, Velvet, but I'm sure of what I'm going to do.
The decision was made, there and then, to leave the stable and find Velvet. To leave the stable that no pony had ever left before.
Final check. Apples, water, extra stable barding, Book of Arcane Sciences, all set and ready to go.
The time arrives. Little Pip, with supplies on hoof and a set mind, faces the massive door that separates Stable 2 from the outside. What stands between Little Pip and the door's control panels are two Earth Pony guards.
Excuse me, if you would let me by.
This point is off limits. No exceptions.
Here's hoping my little speech is good enough to get me through. I'm a certified stable tech technician. The Overmare has specifically requested that I check that the stable door panel is working correctly.
Prove it.
Didn't think so. Now beat it, Pipsqueak.
Apparently not. Time for Plan B.
Hey, aren't you the filly who let our Velvet get lost outside anyway?
Why, yes. Yes, I am. And I'm also the one who's gonna bring her back. Oh, Earth ponies. They never see that levitating something up behind you trick coming.
Camera's broken there.
Alright, now to business. CMC3BFF. Please work, please work, please work!
Stop! I order you to stop this instant! Guards! I want every guard pony at Stable 2 door! Stop that filly!
Oh, crap! Here goes! It's time.
You don't have to do this, little Pip. Isn't it?
Overmare. I'll bring her back. I promise.
No, you won't. If you leave here, you'll never be let back in.
There she is!
Now or never.
I'm not stepping up there! Quick, seal the door!
With a hiss and a bang, Stable 2's door closes irrevocably behind Little Pip.
And now
I
it's just
can't
storyboard.
see a damn thing.
The hallway is filled with the skeletons of ponies that had died desperately trying to get into the stable, as the land of Equestria was burned alive.
Celestia's mercy.
Nope, out of safe one. There we go.
Celestia's mercy.
The light of the Pip-Buck lamp reveals a cellar door that leads to the outside world.
So the entrance to the outside is cleverly disguised as the door to a humble apple cellar, because the pony who had built it had been building an apple cellar. Sounds legit.
And with that, Little Pip threw open the cellar door and took her first steps into...
Okay, from that, yeah, I gotta switch to another file, but the camera was posted here.
Lower
Right on.
ponies.
I was just showing, it was on the wrong camera.
Low Earth ponies. They never see that levitating something up behind you trick coming.
Okay. Come on, there we go, and outside one. Oh wow, I haven't been in that file for a while, have I? Not seeing it? Or have I not opened it up recently? I'm only going to modify the audio very, very slightly. Otherwise, I'm trying to make sure that the audio is exactly the same as in the radio play. Anyways, this is the last shot. I'm just
So
blending
the
them.
entrance to the
they'll
outside is
look like they're the
cleverly
same.
disguised as the door to a humble.
Oh, actually, hold on. I need to change something here. Figure out. I have to do it. There's a couple changes I have to make to the map manually every time I open it. Or that'll fix that. Okay, and oops. Okay. Get emoji. Ah, jeez. Fog enabled. Oh, no, fog was base. Disable or enable skybox, but it makes just for that clock tower's light. There we go. Right there. Oh, okay. Oh, now I can play it again.
Who had built it had been building an apple cellar. Sounds legit.
And with that, Little Pip threw open the cellar door and took her first steps into the outside world.
The map is very intense.
Dark!
Make it bigger again. There.
Oh, it's so dark! I should have thought this through better! Somebody save me! Okay. Get a hold of yourself, Pip. You can do this. But why do I have to
Oh, hold on. There's a camera swap here.
be alone? I hate being all alone. It's me from here on out.
That's about it. Yay. Okay. So that's the last
Fine,
shot. I wanted to make it so the very first shot of her
into
coming
the
out
outside
was
world.
something that stood out. So I made sure I put a lot of detail into this angle. I haven't really finished off. Obviously, this angle doesn't really have anything because I wanted to actually get down this shot. I mean, I have uh, I have cloths blowing in the wind. I have power cables. I don't even know if the Equestria had power cables, but I have power cables. They're all blowing around too. So I put a lot of detail into it and that's supposed to be Ponyville in the distance. So yeah, all right. There's still a lot of work to be done, but like this part isn't very long, and it's only one pony I have to worry about, and there isn't much ground interaction. Um, so it's a lot less intensive. Plus, she's on the ground; she's sitting for a lot of it, so I don't have to animate the tail. Really, this part, the longest is going to be the lip syncing because she actually does a lot of talking here. Gonna be lip syncing and getting. I kind of got the lighting the way I like it, but it's getting the scene finished and all that. So I'm not actually worried as much about this. I just want to make sure that I get. Um, I want to get as much done on the other one to at least um, where I can have that cutoff point. Where if I can't finish the last part, at least I can stop it, and that's up to that point, the screen spot. So, yay! But yeah, I'm liking the way it's turning out so far. It's still got some work to do, and I might go back some of these scenes and add a little bit of an extra rim on her sides here because I feel she's kind of melding into the background in a few angles. So, or even balance them because she's well lit here, and you go to this one and she's actually fairly well lit, or she's not as well lit. But inconsistencies nobody notices. But you will because I told you. Digi, I will let you borrow all of my talent tonight. So be ready. It is a suppository. The full video is like 5:30 or something like that. But when I put it online, I'm probably going to have about 15 seconds of intro audio leading up to this one, and then that links to the original radio play because I don't want to just put it at the end because nobody sees it at the end. So I'll put it at the beginning too, and then I want to put it at the very end where I was thinking of taking for the credits this shot because I still have it saved, the position, everything, and animating it to where she's breathing, and then when have it blurred so that the credits are over it while it's blurred, and have a slow zoom in or something. I don't know. I thought that'd be cool. You guys are being really weird. But it's like I said, I'm tired. I need a drink and probably gonna go read and go to bed. I'm tired. So, wow, I have a lot of crap open. Donuts! No, don't care. So, so yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. Next Friday, nothing weird's planned, so I should be doing this again. I get a lot done on these, so hopefully I'll have like a good portion of these completed too. So, but I'll be if I'm not gonna do it, I'll say something on Twitter or something. So, anyways, I will see you guys next Friday or whatever. So, see you laters. I stop button. There it is.